Hello, my dear dreamers, and welcome back to another enchanting evening of magical adventures. I'm your host, and I'm absolutely delighted you've chosen to spend this peaceful night with me, drifting through the wonderful world of witchcraft and wizardry. Before we begin tonight's journey, I want to thank you for the incredible response to our recent explorations. Your kind comments, your likes, and your thoughtful feedback truly mean so much. Hearing how these stories help you unwind, bring you comfort after long days, and even rekindle your love for the wizarding world keeps me inspired. Your voices guide me in shaping these gentle escapes into magic. Tonight, we embark on the most comprehensive journey through ancient magical lore ever gathered into a single bedtime story. This isn't just another tale. It is hours upon hours of peaceful discoveries designed to carry you into deep and restful sleep, while your mind drifts through centuries of magical history. Together, we'll journey back to the birth of magic itself, uncover the true story of Hogwarts' founding, follow the shadowed path of the Deathly Hallows, and trace the origins of creatures and families that shaped wizarding culture. From the creation of the first wands to the Statute of Secrecy, from Dark Lords to forgotten heroes, from the Sorting Hat's creation to relics that still thrum with power. These are the mysteries awaiting us tonight. If these gentle journeys into the magical realm bring you comfort and help you drift into sleep, I would be truly grateful if you'd give this video a like and subscribe for more cozy magical adventures. Your support helps keep this world of wonder alive. So now, settle into your favourite house common room. Let the fire crackle softly beside you. Pull your warmest blanket close. Close your eyes and breathe just a little deeper. Tonight, we drift together into the most ancient and beautiful mysteries of the wizarding world. Chapter 1. The Dawn of Magic. Long before Hogwarts Castle rose from its cliff beside the Great Lake, before the first wand was carved or the first cauldron forged, before even the mighty Deathly Hallows were dreamed into existence, magic flowed through the world in its purest form, wild, untamed, and flowing like an invisible river of possibility through every stone and stream, every ancient oak and rushing waterfall. In those earliest days when the world was younger and the boundary between the magical and mundane was thin as morning mist, magic lived in every element of the natural world. The first magical beings were not witches and wizards as we know them today, but creatures of pure elemental force, beings of fire and water, earth and air, who shaped the landscape with their very presence and taught the first humans the secrets of working with rather than against the fundamental forces of existence. The Druids were among the first humans to truly understand this primal magic. They built their stone circles not merely as monuments to their achievements, but as focal points where the Earth's magical energy gathered and swirled like water, finding its level. Stonehenge, that most famous of these ancient sites, still hums with power today, though few realise that its massive stones were not dragged across the countryside by human hands, but coaxed into position through harmony with the Earth's own magical field. The process of moving these megalithic stones required an understanding of magic that modern wizards struggle to comprehend. The Druids who designed Stonehenge spent decades learning to sense the natural lines of force that flow beneath the Earth's surface, mapping currents of power that pulse in rhythm with the planet's own heartbeat. They discovered that these ley lines, as they came to be known, carried enough energy to move mountains when properly channeled and focused. But moving the stones was only the beginning of their magical working. Each stone was positioned to create harmonic resonances with specific astronomical alignments, turning the entire circle into a massive instrument for focusing and amplifying magical energy. During certain celestial events, the summer and winter solstices, the spring and autumn equinoxes, and rare alignments of planets, Stonehenge becomes a conduit for magical forces so powerful that sensitive witches and wizards can feel its influence from hundreds of miles away. The Druids used these periods of enhanced magical flow for their most important workings. They could heal diseases that had persisted for years, communicate with magical creatures across vast distances, and peer into the deep currents of time to understand the long-term consequences of important decisions. The knowledge gained during these sessions was preserved in oral traditions so complex and layered that modern magical historians are still uncovering new meanings in ancient Druidic chants. In those misty centuries before recorded history, magic was not learned from books or taught in schools. It was inherited through bloodlines that trace back to unions between early humans and the magical beings who dwelt in sacred groves and hidden valleys. The earliest magical families, ancestors to names that would one day be written in Hogwarts enrollment records, discovered their gifts not through study, but through moments of deep connection with the natural world. These first magical bloodlines developed in remarkable isolation from each other, each family or clan discovering unique approaches to wielding power based on their local environment and the particular magical beings they encountered. Families living near ancient forests learned to communicate with the spirits that dwelt in old-growth trees, developing magic that worked in harmony with growing things. Those who settled near magical springs discovered healing arts that drew power from the earth's own regenerative forces. A child might find that flowers bloomed at their touch in the depths of winter, or that wild animals gathered around them without fear. Others discovered they could sense the emotions of trees, hear the whispered conversations of streams, or call down gentle rain during times of drought. Magic in those days was less about commanding power and more about finding harmony with the forces that already existed. The Celtic wizards were perhaps the most skilled at this early magic. They understood that power came not from forcing change upon the world, but from aligning oneself with the natural rhythms of growth and decay, light and darkness, life and death. Their magic was seasonal and cyclical, strongest during the ancient festivals that marked the turning of the year. Samhain when the veil between worlds grew thin, Beltane when life force reached its peak, the solstices when light and darkness held perfect balance. These Celtic practitioners developed magical techniques that worked with time itself as a magical force. They understood that certain types of magic could only be performed during specific seasons, at particular times of day, or during rare astronomical alignments. Their magical calendar was incredibly complex, tracking not just the movements of sun and moon, but the subtle influences of planets, stars and mystical forces that modern astronomy doesn't recognize. Their healing magic, for instance, reached its peak effectiveness during the full moon in spring, when the combined forces of lunar power and seasonal renewal created optimal conditions for regenerative spells. Their divination was most accurate during the dark moon in autumn, when the thinning barrier between worlds allowed glimpses of hidden knowledge and future possibilities. The seasonal festivals that modern wizards still celebrate are pale echoes of the elaborate magical workings that Celtic wizards performed during these times. Samhain was not just a time for honouring the dead, but a season-long process of magical preparation that culminated in rituals capable of maintaining communication with departed magical masters, ensuring that their knowledge and wisdom remained available to the living community. During this era, the first truly organised magical community began to take shape around what is now the village of Godric's Hollow. The location was chosen not for its strategic importance or natural resources, but because it sat at the intersection of several powerful ley lines, streams of magical energy that flow beneath the earth like underground rivers. Where these ley lines crossed, magic was stronger and more stable, making it an ideal place for practitioners to gather and share knowledge. The early residents of Godric's Hollow were not yet the formal magical families that would later establish the Wizarding World's social structure. They were wanderers and seekers, healers and scholars, each drawn to this place by an inner sense that here, surrounded by others who understood the mysteries they carried, they could explore magic's deepest secrets. The village that grew up around this magical confluence was unlike any settlement before or since. Buildings were constructed using a combination of conventional architecture and magical techniques that allowed structures to exist in harmony with the powerful magical forces flowing beneath them. Houses were built with foundations that actually channeled ley line energy into useful purposes, heating, lighting, and protective wards that made the entire community safer and more comfortable. The magical pioneers of Godric's Hollow established the first principles that would eventually grow into the complex magical laws governing the wizarding world today. They understood that magic worked best when it served the greater good, when it respected the natural balance of life and death, growth and decay. They developed the earliest versions of what would become magical ethics, the understanding that power brings responsibility, that knowledge must be tempered with wisdom. The concept of magical bloodlines also took root during this period, though not in the hierarchical sense that would later develop. Early magical families understood that certain gifts tended to appear generation after generation, but they saw this as a responsibility to serve their communities rather than a mark of superiority. A family known for healing magic would train their children not just in the techniques, but in the compassion and wisdom necessary to use such gifts properly. These bloodline gifts were remarkably diverse and often highly specialised. Some families developed an affinity for communicating with magical creatures, becoming the bridge between human and non-human magical communities. They learned the languages of dragons and unicorns, the complex social structures of centaur herds, and the ancient protocols for negotiating with beings whose intelligence was vast but utterly different from human thought patterns. Other bloodlines showed unusual talent for elemental magic that went far beyond simple spellcasting. Families with earth affinity could sense the health of soil from great distances, diagnose problems in magical plant growth, and even communicate with the slow, deep consciousness that some ancient magical theorists believed existed within the earth itself. Chapter 2: The First Magical Institutions. As magical knowledge accumulated and the community grew, the need for formal institutions became clear. The loose networks of magical families that had served the early wizarding world were no longer sufficient to preserve and transmit the ever-expanding body of magical knowledge that continued to accumulate with each generation. The first formal magical institution was not a school, but a repository of knowledge that would eventually become the foundation for every magical library in Britain. Deep beneath what is now London, in caverns that had been sacred to druids for millennia, the archive of eternal wisdom was established by a collective of the most learned witches and wizards of the 8th century. The location chosen for the archive had been considered sacred ground for over 2,000 years before the formal repository was established. Natural caverns beneath the future site of London had served as gathering places for druidic councils, seasonal ceremonies, and the preservation of the most important magical artefacts created by early British magical communities. These caverns possessed unique magical properties that made them ideal for knowledge preservation. The rock itself contained high concentrations of crystalline formations that naturally absorbed and held magical energy, creating an environment where enchantments became stronger over time rather than gradually fading as they did in most locations. This underground sanctuary was carved from living rock using magic so old and powerful that the techniques are lost to modern wizards. The archive's founders understood that magical knowledge was too precious to trust to parchment alone, which could burn or decay or be destroyed by those who feared what they did not understand. Instead, they developed a revolutionary method of preserving information by embedding it directly into enchanted crystals that would last forever. The process of creating these knowledge crystals required magical techniques that pushed the boundaries of what was possible, even for the most skilled practitioners of the time. The crystals had to be grown rather than simply carved, using slow, magical processes that took years to complete. Specialized enchanters would focus magical energy into precisely shaped formations of quartz and other crystalline materials, creating matrices capable of storing not just information, but the complete magical understanding that gave that information meaning. Each crystal in the archive contained not just written knowledge, but the actual experiences and memories of the witches and wizards who contributed to its collection. A crystal might hold the complete understanding of potion brewing gained over a lifetime of practice, including not just recipes and techniques, but the subtle intuitions and hard-won wisdom that could never be captured in words alone. The creation of memory crystals was one of the most sophisticated magical achievements of the ancient world. The process required volunteers to undergo a form of magical analysis so thorough and detailed that every aspect of their accumulated knowledge and experience could be mapped and preserved. This analysis was not invasive or harmful, but it demanded complete trust and cooperation between the knowledge donor and the crystal enchanters. The archive's influence extended far beyond education. When magical practitioners faced problems too complex for their local knowledge, they could consult the crystallized wisdom of centuries of previous scholars. The archive contained solutions to magical disasters, detailed records of how various magical creatures had been safely approached in the past, and preservation techniques for magical plants and artifacts that might otherwise have been lost forever. As the magical world continued to evolve, specialized schools began to emerge around the archive's satellite collections. The first magical school in Scotland was established in the 10th century, built around a collection of memory crystals focused specifically on defensive magic and protection spells. This school, known as the Highland Sanctuary, became the training ground for magical guardians who protected both the wizarding community and innocent muggles from dangerous magical creatures and rogue magical practitioners. The Highland Sanctuary's approach to education was intensely practical, combining theoretical study with real-world application in ways that produced graduates capable of handling magical emergencies with skill and confidence. Meanwhile, in the Welsh valleys, another specialised institution emerged to address the growing need for magical creature communication and cooperation. The valleys of Wales provided natural habitats for more types of magical creatures than any other region in Britain, making it an ideal location for students to develop the complex skills necessary for interspecies magical cooperation. The Welsh school, known as Cwm Hud, or the Valley of Magic, was built into the mountainside itself, its halls and chambers carved from living rock in harmony with the natural cave systems that magical creatures had used for shelter for millennia. The school's founders understood that successful creature communication required more than just learning magical languages. It demanded a deep understanding of creature psychology, territorial behaviour, and the complex social structures that governed different magical species. In the southwestern reaches of England, the Somerset School of Regenerative Arts was established around a collection of natural hot springs whose waters possessed healing properties that had been recognised since pre-Roman times. The healing springs of Somerset had been gathering places for magical practitioners since the earliest days of British magic, and the school that grew up around these springs developed healing techniques that combined the natural power of the magical waters with sophisticated understanding of magical biology and restorative magic. As these specialised schools developed their expertise, the need for coordination and communication between institutions became apparent. The solution emerged in the form of the Council of Magical Learning, established in the 12th century as a coordinating body that linked all of Britain's magical educational institutions. The Council's most important achievement was the establishment of standardised magical communication that allowed instant contact between all of Britain's magical institutions. This communication network was based on a system of enchanted crystals that maintained permanent magical connections with each other, allowing council members to coordinate responses to magical emergencies or share important discoveries as they occurred. Through this network, magical knowledge began to flow freely between institutions for the first time in British magical history. The period of institutional cooperation, fostered by the Council of Magical Learning, produced some of the most significant advances in magical theory and practice in British magical history. Chapter 3: The True Founding of Hogwarts. By the late 10th century, the magical institutions scattered across Britain had created a rich tapestry of specialised knowledge and educational excellence. However, as the magical world continued to grow in complexity, a new challenge emerged: the need for a comprehensive magical education that could prepare young witches and wizards for a world where they might encounter any magical discipline during their careers. In the wild lands of 10th century Scotland, where mist clung to ancient lochs and magic flowed as freely as mountain streams, 4 extraordinary witches and wizards came together to create something that had never existed before. A school where magical knowledge could be preserved, expanded, and passed to future generations in ways that honoured both the specialised excellence of existing institutions and the collaborative spirit that had made magical education possible. Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin were not just powerful magical practitioners, but visionaries who understood that the magical world needed a new kind of institution to survive and flourish. Each brought their own remarkable gifts and deeply held beliefs about how magic should be taught and who should be allowed to learn it. Godric Gryffindor was descended from one of the original families that had settled in Godric's Hollow centuries earlier. His bloodline carried gifts that traced back to the very dawn of magical civilization, an intuitive understanding of courage magic that went far beyond simple bravery, and a natural affinity for the sword magic that had been developed by warrior wizards who protected early magical communities from both magical and mundane threats. Gryffindor hailed from a wild moor that would one day bear his name. He was a wizard of remarkable courage and skill in dueling, known throughout magical Britain for his ability to face any danger without hesitation. His magic was powered by his brave heart, and he had discovered that courage itself could be channeled as a magical force, making spells more powerful and protective enchantments nearly unbreakable. The sword that would become Gryffindor's most famous magical artifact was not created by Godric himself, but had been passed down through his family for over 4 centuries. The blade had been forged during the earliest days of magical metalworking, created through techniques that combined elemental fire magic with earth magic and lunar timing to produce metal that could hold enchantments indefinitely, while growing stronger through use rather than wearing down over time. Gryffindor's sword, forged by goblin smiths during a unique collaboration and imbued with his family's magical essence, represented his philosophy that true strength came from facing danger to protect others. The sword was enchanted to absorb the powers of defeated enemies, making it stronger with each victory over dark magic. This weapon would become one of Hogwarts' most treasured artifacts, appearing when needed by true Gryffindors in their darkest hours. The goblin-made blade was crafted during an unprecedented collaboration between Gryffindor's ancestors and the goblin smiths of the time, who recognised in the wizard family a kindred spirit that valued honour and courage above personal gain. The forging process took 7 years, with Gryffindor contributors adding their own magical essence to the metal, while goblin artisans shaped it using techniques known only to their people. The elder wood used for magical implements during this period came from trees that had grown in locations where powerful magic had been worked for centuries. These trees had absorbed so much magical energy over their long lives that their wood naturally amplified spells cast through it. Finding wood suitable for the most powerful magical artifacts required not just locating such trees, but negotiating with the magical creatures that had made them their homes and convincing them to allow the tree's sacrifice for a greater magical purpose. Helga Hufflepuff came from the Welsh valleys, where she had spent decades learning to work with magical plants and creatures using techniques that had been developed by her ancestors over centuries of patient magical practice. Her magic focused on nurturing and protection, and she had developed techniques for helping young witches and wizards develop their abilities safely and completely. She believed that magical education should be available to all who possessed the gift, regardless of their background or bloodline. Hufflepuff's family had been among the first to develop systematic approaches to magical agriculture and food magic, understanding that the foundation of any magical community was its ability to sustain itself through enhanced food production and magical preservation techniques. Helga's magical gifts included an intuitive understanding of growing magic that allowed her to coax extraordinary productivity from even the most challenging soil conditions. Hufflepuff's most treasured possession was a small golden cup that possessed the remarkable ability to detect magical potential in anyone who drank from it. More than simple detection, the cup could actually enhance latent magical abilities, helping witches and wizards access power they didn't know they possessed. This enchantment made Hufflepuff invaluable in identifying and training magical children from non-magical families who might otherwise never have discovered their abilities. The cup's magic was subtle but profound, working by creating harmony between the drinker's conscious mind and their magical core. Many witches and wizards go through life unable to access their full magical potential because of psychological barriers, self-doubt, or simply lack of understanding about how their particular type of magic worked. Hufflepuff's cup could dissolve these barriers temporarily, allowing the drinker to experience their true magical capacity and learn to access it permanently. Hufflepuff had discovered the cup during her travels through ancient magical sites in Wales, hidden in a cave system that had been sacred to local magical communities for thousands of years. The cup was already ancient when she found it, apparently created by magical craftspeople whose techniques were lost even in her time. She spent years learning to understand and properly use its powers before incorporating it into her educational methods. The valley where Hufflepuff established her original educational work became famous throughout the magical world for the remarkable results achieved by her students. Witches and wizards who had struggled with basic magic at other institutions would flourish under her guidance, often discovering magical talents they never suspected they possessed. Rowena Ravenclaw represented the intellectual tradition that had emerged from the archive of eternal wisdom and the great academic institutions that surrounded it. Her family had been among the archive's most important contributors, preserving vast amounts of theoretical, magical knowledge and developing the advanced analytical techniques necessary to understand magic at its deepest levels. Ravenclaw was perhaps the most brilliant witch of her age, renowned throughout magical Europe for her innovative spells and her vast library of magical knowledge. She had spent her youth travelling to every magical school and repository of learning she could find, accumulating knowledge from the scattered magical communities that existed across the continent. Ravenclaw's greatest treasure was her diadem, a beautiful circlet that enhanced the intelligence and wisdom of its wearer. The diadem had been crafted by Ravenclaw herself using knowledge gathered from a dozen different magical traditions, combining techniques from ancient Greek magical philosophers, Celtic knowledge keepers, and Nordic rune masters. The creation of the diadem represented years of theoretical research into the nature of intelligence and wisdom, followed by equally intensive practical work to develop enchantments that could safely enhance mental capabilities without causing the madness or magical instability that had plagued earlier attempts at intelligence-enhancing artifacts. The diadem's magic worked by increasing the efficiency of mental processes rather than simply making the wearer smarter. Someone wearing the diadem could process information more quickly, see connections between seemingly unrelated concepts, and access memories and knowledge that might normally remain buried in their subconscious mind. The enhancement was profound but natural feeling, as if the wearer was simply having an exceptionally clear and insightful day. Ravenclaw's personal library, which would eventually become the foundation for Hogwarts' remarkable collection, contained magical texts from across the known world. She had spent decades not just collecting books, but developing preservation techniques that could keep magical knowledge safe indefinitely. Her methods combined traditional preservation magic with innovative approaches that she had developed through careful study of how magical information could be stored, accessed, and transmitted. The magical learning aids that Rowena developed allowed students to experience theoretical concepts directly rather than simply reading about them, making abstract magical principles concrete and memorable. Her teaching methods could convey complex magical theory in ways that students could understand and apply practically, revolutionizing magical education throughout Europe. Salazar Slytherin came from the most ancient and prestigious magical bloodline in Britain, tracing his ancestry back to magical practitioners who had worked with the earliest magical creatures to establish the fundamental agreements that governed magical creature-human relationships. His family had been instrumental in establishing the diplomatic protocols that maintained peace between human magical communities and the various non-human magical species that shared British territory. Slytherin was a master of the magical arts that dealt with the mind and spirit, including legilimency, occlumency, and the subtle magic of persuasion and influence. He possessed knowledge of magical techniques that had been passed down through his bloodline for centuries, including understanding of power relationships and the complex political dynamics that governed magical society. Slytherin magical traditions emphasized the importance of understanding magical heritage and the responsibilities that came with magical ability. Salazar had been trained in magical leadership techniques that allowed him to unite diverse magical practitioners behind common goals, to negotiate complex agreements between competing magical interests, and to maintain stability during periods of rapid change or external threat. When these four remarkable individuals decided to join forces and establish a school together, they brought not just their individual magical expertise, but their different philosophies about how magic should be taught and who deserved to learn it. The discussions between them as they planned their school reveal the deep philosophical questions that continue to influence magical education today. The site they chose for their school had been recognised as a place of power for centuries before their arrival. The great lake beside the castle grounds was home to magical creatures that had dwelt there since ancient times. Mer people whose songs could enchant listeners into peaceful sleep. Water sprites whose presence kept the lake's magical ecosystem in perfect balance. And occasionally visiting magical beings from other realms who found the lake's deep magic conducive to their own mysterious purposes. The forbidden forest that surrounds the castle was already home to an extraordinary collection of magical creatures when the founders arrived. Ancient centaur herds had established territories in the deepest parts of the forest, maintaining their own complex society and magical traditions that predated human magical communities by thousands of years. Unicorn herds had chosen the forest as a sanctuary, attracted by the pure magical energy that flowed through the area and the protection offered by the centaurs, who had served as guardians of magical creatures since time immemorial. The presence of unicorns ensured that no truly dark magic could take permanent hold in the forest, as their natural purity would cleanse any corruption before it could spread. Ancient magic that had been worked into the very landscape over millennia made the Hogwarts site ideal for magical education. The ley lines that crossed beneath the castle grounds carried magical energy from sacred sites throughout Britain, creating a nexus of power that would support the complex enchantments necessary for a permanent magical school. The founders spent 7 years designing and building their school, each contributing their expertise to create a structure that would serve magical education for centuries to come. The castle that emerged from their collaboration was more than just a building. It was a living magical entity that could adapt and grow to meet the changing needs of magical education. The moving staircases that continue to confuse students were Ravenclaw's contribution, designed not just to provide access to different floors, but to create an ever-changing magical environment that would challenge students to remain adaptable and alert. The staircase's movement patterns follow complex magical algorithms that ensure students receive optimal amounts of mental stimulation without becoming overwhelmed by constant change. Hufflepuff designed the Great Hall's ceiling to reflect the sky outside, understanding that maintaining connection to natural rhythms and seasonal changes was essential for for healthy magical development. The enchantment she created was so sophisticated that it not only showed current weather, but could display historical or future sky conditions when needed for educational purposes. Gryffindor's contributions to the castle's defences included the protective enchantments that still guard Hogwarts today. His magic created barriers that could repel dark creatures, neutralise hostile magic, and ensure that the school remained a sanctuary for learning regardless of conflicts in the outside magical world. Slytherin's architectural magic created the complex network of hidden passages and secret rooms that riddle the castle. These spaces were designed to serve multiple purposes, providing escape routes during emergencies, creating private areas for advanced magical research, and ensuring that certain types of dangerous magical knowledge could be studied safely away from general student populations. The founders also established the house system that continues to shape Hogwarts education. Each founder created a house that reflected their own values and educational philosophy, ensuring that students would receive instruction tailored to their individual temperaments and magical strengths. The Sorting Hat itself represents perhaps the founder's greatest collaborative magical achievement. Created from Gryffindor's own hat, and imbued with the magical essence and knowledge of all four founders, the hat became a repository of their combined wisdom about magical education and human nature. The enchantments that brought the Sorting Hat to life required each founder to contribute not just magical power, but portions of their own consciousness and understanding. The hat contains actual fragments of the founders' personalities, allowing it to understand student potential in ways that no single individual could achieve. Chapter 4: The Legend of the Deathly Hallows. Hidden within the deepest vaults of magical history lies one of the most profound and dangerous legends ever whispered among witches and wizards. The tale of three magical artifacts, so powerful that together they could grant mastery over death itself. The Deathly Hallows, as these objects came to be known, represent both the pinnacle of magical achievement and the devastating consequences of ambition unchecked by wisdom. The legend speaks of three brothers who encountered death himself while travelling along a lonely road. Rather than simply claiming their lives, death offered each brother a reward for their magical skill in creating a bridge across a treacherous river. The gifts he bestowed became the most sought-after magical artifacts in history, each one embodying a different approach to conquering mortality. But like many magical legends, the story of the three brothers contains layers of meaning that reveal deeper truths about the nature of magic, power, and human desire. Modern magical historians have traced the actual origins of the Hallows, discovering that while three brothers did indeed create these artifacts, the story of their encounter with death was a later addition that obscured the remarkable but entirely mortal magical achievement that brought the Hallows into existence. The three Peverell brothers, Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignotus, were magical innovators of the 13th century, whose understanding of certain branches of magic surpassed anything achieved before or since. Each brother devoted his life to mastering a different aspect of what they called transitional magic, the magic that deals with boundaries between life and death, visibility and invisibility, power and restraint. Antioch Peverell, the eldest brother, focused his magical research on the creation of weapons that could channel and amplify magical power beyond normal limits. His greatest achievement was the Elder Wand, carved from elder wood that had been struck by lightning during a rare astronomical alignment and embedded with the tail hair of a thestral, a creature that existed at the boundary between life and death. The creation of the Elder Wand required magical techniques so advanced and dangerous that Antioch spent 15 years developing them. The process involved channeling magical energy through his own life force in ways that permanently altered his magical core, making him more powerful but also more unstable and prone to magical accidents. The elder wood used for the wand came from a tree that had grown in a location where powerful magic had been worked for centuries. The tree had absorbed so much magical energy over its long life that its wood naturally amplified spells cast through it. The thestral hair core was perhaps the most challenging component to obtain, as these creatures could only be approached by those who had witnessed death and truly understood its nature. The Elder Wand's power came not just from its exceptional components, but from the revolutionary binding magic that Antioch developed to unite them. The completed wand possessed powers that exceeded anything previously achieved in magical artifact creation, but its power came with a terrible price. The wand's strength was addictive, and its tendency to choose new masters through victory and magical combat created a cycle of violence that followed it throughout history. Cadmus Peveril, the middle brother, dedicated his magical research to understanding the boundary between life and death. His masterpiece was the Resurrection Stone, an artifact capable of calling back the spirits of the dead for brief periods of communication. The stone's creation required Cadmus to develop magical techniques for perceiving and interacting with the realm of the dead, knowledge that pushed the boundaries of what living wizards could safely obtain. The Resurrection Stone was carved from a rare type of magical stone found only in locations where the boundary between the world of the living and the realm of the dead was naturally thin. These locations were often marked by phenomena that indicated their special nature: flowers that bloomed out of season, springs that flowed upward instead of downward, or areas where time seemed to move differently than in surrounding regions. The magic required to carve the Resurrection Stone was unlike anything attempted before. Cadmus had to work during specific phases of the moon, when the boundaries between worlds were naturally weakened, using tools that had been blessed with magic drawn from both realms. The carving process took place over the course of an entire year, with work proceeding only during brief windows when conditions were precisely right. The completed stone could indeed call back spirits of the dead, but the magic came with profound limitations that Cadmus discovered only through painful experience. The spirits summoned by the stone were not truly the deceased themselves, but echoes or shadows of their former selves, possessing their memories and personalities, but lacking the fullness and vitality that characterized living beings. Ignotus Peveril, the youngest of the three brothers, approached the problem of mortality from a different angle entirely. Rather than seeking to defeat death through power or to deny it through resurrection, he chose to simply avoid it for as long as possible. His creation was the cloak of invisibility, woven from the hair of a demi-guise and enchanted with concealment magic so powerful that it could hide its wearer from death himself. The demi-guise hair used in the cloak came from an ancient creature that had achieved near legendary status among magical naturalists. This particular demi-guise had lived for over 3 centuries, far longer than the typical lifespan of its species, apparently through mastery of concealment magic that allowed it to hide not just from physical danger, but from the forces of aging and decay themselves. Obtaining hair from such a creature required Ignotus to master demi-guise psychology and communication methods that had never been successfully developed before. The weaving of the invisibility cloak required magical techniques that combined traditional textile magic with advanced concealment enchantments, creating a garment that provided protection without corrupting its user's judgment or creating psychological dependence. The Elder Wand's history of violence and betrayal became legendary throughout the magical world. Wizard after wizard sought to claim it by defeating its current master, creating a trail of magical duels and murders that lasted for centuries. The wand's power attracted ambitious, magical practitioners who saw it as a shortcut to greatness, but its nature ensured that none of them could possess it safely for long. Grindelwald's possession of the Elder Wand during his rise to power demonstrated both the artifact's incredible capabilities and its ultimate limitations. With the wand's power supporting his magic, Grindelwald could perform feats that seemed impossible, but the wand's power could not make up for the fundamental flaws in his philosophy and methods. Dumbledore's subsequent possession of the Elder Wand represented a different approach to wielding such dangerous power. Rather than using the wand's capabilities for personal advancement, Dumbledore employed its power primarily for protective magic and magical research that benefited the entire magical community. Chapter 5: The Creation of Ancient Artifacts. In the Golden Age following Hogwarts' establishment, and the period when the Deathly Hallows captured the magical world's imagination, magical craftsmanship reached heights that have never been equalled in the centuries since. The founders' success in creating artifacts of legendary power spawned a renaissance of magical innovation that touched every aspect of wizarding life. During this remarkable period, magical artisans pushed the boundaries of what was possible, creating artifacts whose power and beauty have never been surpassed. The creation of truly powerful magical artifacts required more than exceptional skill and rare materials. It demanded an understanding of magic's deepest principles and a willingness to invest not just time and effort, but portions of the creator's own magical essence into their work. The greatest artifacts of this era were not simply made. They were grown, nurtured, and brought to life through processes that could take decades to complete. Take, for instance, the creation of the Sorting Hat itself. This most beloved of Hogwarts artifacts required the combined magical essence of all four founders, woven together through enchantments so complex that modern magical theorists are still discovering new layers of meaning in its construction. The hat was not simply Gryffindor's old hat with spells cast upon it. It became a living repository of the founder's wisdom, capable of growth, learning, and adaptation that continues to this day. The process began with Gryffindor's hat, but that humble beginning was transformed through magical workings that took place over the course of 7 years. Each founder contributed not just magical power, but carefully preserved memories of their most important insights about magical education, human nature, and the art of matching students with the educational approaches that would serve them best. Ravenclaw's contribution included the analytical frameworks that allow the hat to perceive student potential that even the students themselves might not recognize. Her magic enabled the hat to see through surface appearances and temporary emotional states to understand the deeper currents of personality and magical aptitude that would guide a student's development over their 7 years at school. Hufflepuff's influence gave the hat its remarkable empathy and its ability to sense not just what students could become, but what they needed in order to flourish. Her magic ensured that the sorting process would take into account each student's emotional needs, their family background, and the social dynamics that would either support or hinder their growth. Slytherin's magical contributions enabled the hat to perceive the complex web of relationships between students and to understand how individual sorting decisions would affect the overall balance of the school community. His magic also gave the hat the subtle political awareness necessary to make decisions that would strengthen rather than divide the school. Gryffindor's final contribution was perhaps the most crucial. He gave the hat the courage to make difficult decisions when necessary, to place students where they needed to be rather than where they might initially want to go, and to resist external pressures that might compromise the integrity of the sorting process. The magical techniques used to create the hat established principles that guided artifact creation throughout the medieval period. The most powerful artifacts were understood to be collaborative works that drew on multiple magical traditions and required creators to sacrifice something of themselves in the making. This philosophy of creation, through sacrifice and cooperation, produced artifacts that served their communities rather than aggrandizing their makers. During this same period, the great magical families began commissioning artifacts that would serve as repositories of their accumulated knowledge and magical discoveries. These family artifacts served multiple purposes. They preserved important magical innovations for future generations, provided emergency resources during times of crisis, and served as focal points for family magical traditions. The Black family's creation of their ancestral grimoire represents one of the most sophisticated examples of knowledge preservation magic developed during this period. The grimoire was not simply a book of spells, but a living magical entity capable of updating itself. As family members made new discoveries and adding cross-references and analysis that helped readers understand the connections between different magical techniques. The creation of the Black Grimoire required contributions from 7 generations of the family, with each generation adding not just new spells and techniques, but portions of their magical understanding and hard-won wisdom. The completed grimoire could actively guide readers toward magical solutions to problems they faced, suggest combinations of techniques that individual family members might never have discovered on their own, and even provide warnings about magical approaches that had proven dangerous in the past. The Malfoy family's Peacock Garden represents a different approach to artifact creation. The transformation of an entire landscape into a single, cohesive magical working. The garden was designed not just as a display of wealth and power, but as a magical ecosystem that would support and enhance the family's magical abilities for centuries to come. Every plant in the Malfoy Peacock Garden was chosen not just for beauty, but for its magical properties and its ability to work in harmony with the other plants to create beneficial magical effects. The garden's design incorporated ley line mapping, astronomical alignments, and seasonal magical cycles to create an environment where magic was stronger and more stable than in surrounding areas. The enchanted peacocks that gave the garden its name were not merely decorative, they served as living sensors for the magical ecosystem, their behaviour patterns providing information about the garden's magical health and alerting the family to any disturbances or problems that required attention. Chapter 6: The Golden Age of Magical Creatures. As the magical world established its institutions and refined its understanding of magical theory, relationships between wizards and magical creatures evolved into forms of cooperation and mutual understanding that created one of the most remarkable periods in magical history. This era saw the development of formal agreements between species, the establishment of creature sanctuaries that protected vulnerable magical beings, and collaborative magical research that advanced understanding for all magical creatures. The centaur herds of the Forbidden Forest represent one of the most successful examples of interspecies magical cooperation. Rather than simply coexisting with the magical school that grew up around their territory, the centaurs became active participants in magical education, sharing their profound understanding of divination, astronomy, and the deep magical currents that flow through the natural world. Centaur divination magic operated on entirely different principles than human fortune-telling, where human divination typically focused on specific future events or individual choices. Centaur stargazing revealed broad patterns of change and development that unfolded over decades or centuries. Their understanding of astronomical magic allowed them to perceive how celestial movements influence magical energy on Earth, providing insights that proved invaluable for timing important magical workings. The Centaur contribution to Hogwarts education was formalised through the Treaty of the Forbidden Forest, negotiated during the early years of the school's operation. This agreement established protocols for Centaur-human interaction that respected both species autonomy while creating opportunities for mutual benefit and learning. Under the treaty, advanced students who demonstrated exceptional respect for Centaur culture and magical philosophy could receive supplementary instruction in astronomical magic and natural divination. This instruction was provided not through formal classes, but through apprenticeship relationships that might last for years and required students to demonstrate not just magical ability, but wisdom and maturity worthy of Centaur respect. The Centaurs, in turn, gained access to human magical innovations that proved useful for their own community development. Human healing magic, when adapted to Centaur physiology, could address medical problems that had plagued their communities for generations. Human preservation magic allowed Centaurs to maintain their oral history traditions more effectively, ensuring that important cultural knowledge would not be lost when elder storytellers passed away. The unicorn herds that made the Forbidden Forest their sanctuary during this period represented a different type of magical creature relationship. Unicorns, as beings of pure magical energy, required environments completely free from dark magic or corrupted intentions. Their presence in the forest served as both a blessing and a responsibility for the human community at Hogwarts. The unicorn's natural magic continuously purified the forest environment, neutralizing any dark magic that might be introduced and maintaining the natural balance that made the forest a suitable habitat for so many different magical species. Their presence also provided a living standard for measuring the moral health of the magical community. Areas where unicorns would no longer venture were recognized as having become corrupted by dark magic or harmful intentions. In exchange for sanctuary, the unicorn herds occasionally provided tail hair for the creation of particularly pure and powerful magical implements. This hair was never taken by force or purchased, but was sometimes freely given to individuals whose magical work served the greater good of the magical community. The process of receiving unicorn hair required the recipient to undergo purification rituals that could last for months. These rituals were designed not just to ensure the person's moral worthiness, but to prepare their magical core to work harmoniously with the unicorn hair's pure magical energy. Wands made with unicorn hair cores were noted for their stability, their resistance to dark magic, and their tendency to produce magic that healed rather than harmed. The dragon reserves established during this period represent perhaps the most ambitious magical creature conservation project ever attempted. Dragons, as apex magical predators, required vast territories and careful management to prevent conflicts with human magical communities. The solution developed during the medieval period involved creating protected reserves, where dragons could live according to their natural behaviours while contributing to the magical community through carefully managed interactions. The dragon reserves were not simply fenced areas where dragons were confined, but carefully designed magical ecosystems that met all of the dragon's complex needs, while providing opportunities for research and limited interaction with human magical practitioners. Each reserve was tailored to the specific requirements of different dragon species, taking into account their territorial behaviours, dietary needs, and the particular types of magical environments they required for healthy development. Chinese fireball dragons required reserves with access to underground volcanic activity that provided the intense heat necessary for their metabolism. The magical engineers who designed their reserves created artificial volcanic systems that could provide consistent heat without the geological instability that made natural volcanic regions unsuitable for long-term occupation. Hungarian horntails needed territories with specific types of rocky terrain that allowed them to establish the complex cave systems they used for nesting and territorial marking. The reserves created for these dragons involved reshaping entire mountain regions using earth magic that worked over periods of decades to create optimal habitat conditions. The Ukrainian Iron Belly reserves required different approaches entirely, as these massive dragons needed access to the deep cave systems where they naturally established their lairs. The creation of suitable Iron Belly habitat involved magical excavation projects that carved vast underground complexes into mountainsides, complete with the thermal regulation systems necessary to maintain comfortable temperatures for these cold climate dragons. Chapter 7. The Development of Magical Law. As magical communities grew in size and complexity, the informal agreements and traditional protocols that had governed early magical society proved insufficient for managing the increasingly intricate relationships between magical practitioners, different magical species, and the non-magical world. The development of formal magical law during the medieval period created the legal framework that continues to govern magical society today. The earliest magical laws emerged from the practical necessities of managing magical education at institutions like Hogwarts, when students from dozens of different magical families, each with their own traditions and customs, came together for extended periods. Clear rules became necessary to prevent conflicts and ensure that education could proceed safely and effectively. The Hogwarts Code of Magical Ethics, developed collaboratively by the four founders, established principles that went far beyond simple rules about student behaviour. The code articulated a comprehensive philosophy of magical responsibility that addressed the relationship between magical power and moral obligation, the duties that magical practitioners owed to their communities, and the ethical frameworks necessary for making decisions about magical research and application. The code's central principle held that magical power carried inherent responsibilities that could not be separated from the magic itself. This principle rejected the notion that magic was simply a tool that could be used for any purpose its wielder chose. Instead, the code established that magic itself had an ethical dimension, and that certain uses of magical power were inherently corrupting, regardless of the practitioner's intentions. This understanding of magic as inherently ethical led to the development of magical legal principles that differed significantly from non-magical law. Magical law focused not just on actions and their consequences, but on the intentions and spiritual states that motivated magical practitioners to act. Under magical law, casting a harmful spell with good intentions carried different legal and ethical implications than casting the same spell with malicious intent. The implementation of these principles required the development of magical investigative techniques that could determine not just what magical practitioners had done, but why they had chosen to act. The Veritaserum trials developed during this period established protocols for magical truth determination that balanced the need for accurate information with respect for individual privacy and dignity. Veritaserum itself was developed by magical legal scholars who recognized that traditional interrogation methods were inadequate for determining truth in a world where magic could be used to conceal or distort information. The potion's creation required advances in both potion making and magical psychology, as brewers needed to understand not just how to compel truthful responses, but how to ensure that those responses accurately reflected the subject's actual knowledge and intentions. The legal use of Veritaserum was surrounded by elaborate safeguards designed to prevent abuse. The potion could only be administered by certified magical legal practitioners who had undergone extensive training in both its proper use and the interpretation of responses given under its influence. The questioning process was required to follow strict protocols that protected subjects from invasive inquiries about matters unrelated to the legal issues at hand. The development of magical contract law during this period created legal frameworks that took into account the unique properties of magical agreements. Magical contracts could be enforced through enchantments that made violation literally impossible, but this power required careful legal oversight to ensure that such contracts were entered into freely and with full understanding of their implications. The unbreakable vow represented the most extreme form of magical contract law, creating agreements that were enforced through the life force of the participants themselves. The legal framework governing unbreakable vows required extensive safeguards, including mandatory cooling-off periods, independent magical legal review, and provisions for emergency dissolution under extraordinary circumstances. The regulation of magical creature rights emerged as one of the most complex areas of magical law development during this period. Unlike human magical practitioners, magical creatures possessed forms of intelligence and magical ability that often differed radically from human patterns, making it challenging to develop legal frameworks that could address their needs and protect their interests. The Centaur Accords established legal principles for recognizing Centaur sovereignty over their traditional territories, while creating frameworks for cooperation and mutual assistance between Centaur communities and human magical society. These agreements recognized that Centaurs possessed their own legal traditions and governing structures that were equally valid to human magical law within their own territories. House elf rights represented a more challenging legal problem, as these beings had been magically bound to serve magical families for centuries before formal legal frameworks existed to regulate such relationships. The medieval legal scholars who addressed this issue had to balance respect for traditional magical bonds with emerging understanding of the ethical problems inherent in magical servitude. The solutions developed during this period established legal categories for different types of magical bonds, distinguishing between relationships based on mutual benefit and cooperation, and those that involved exploitation or coercion. House elves who served families under traditional magical bonds were granted specific rights and protections, while new agreements were required to meet higher standards for consent and compensation. Chapter 8. The Ancient Magical Families. The great magical families that emerged during the medieval period shaped wizarding society through their accumulated knowledge, magical innovations, and the complex web of relationships they created through centuries of intermarriage, alliance, and occasional conflict. Understanding the true history of these families reveals the hidden currents of influence and tradition that continue to shape magical society today. The Peveril family's influence extended far beyond their creation of the Deathly Hallows. As magical innovators and theorists, they established the research methodologies that allowed magical practitioners to safely explore the boundaries of what was magically possible. Their approach to experimental magic, which emphasized careful observation, detailed documentation, and gradual progression from simple to complex techniques, became the standard for magical research throughout Europe. The Peveril magical laboratories, hidden in remote locations throughout Britain, were designed to contain and study magical forces that were too dangerous to examine in populated areas. These facilities employed protective enchantments so sophisticated that they could isolate experimental magic from the surrounding environment, while allowing researchers to observe and analyze magical phenomena with unprecedented precision. The legacy of Peveril magical research included not just the legendary Hallows, but hundreds of smaller innovations that improved daily life for magical practitioners. Their work on preservation magic led to techniques that allowed magical families to maintain their libraries and artifact collections indefinitely. Their studies of healing magic produced advances in magical medicine that saved countless lives. The Black family's approach to magical power focused on the accumulation and preservation of magical knowledge across generations. Each generation of Blacks was expected to contribute something significant to the family's magical legacy, whether through original research, the acquisition of rare magical artifacts, or the establishment of beneficial relationships with other magical families or non-human magical beings. The Black family motto, toujours pur, always pure, reflected not just their obsession with blood purity, but their commitment to maintaining the integrity of their magical practices and traditions. This commitment led them to develop some of the most sophisticated preservation magic ever created, ensuring that their magical knowledge and family traditions would survive intact regardless of external pressures or political upheavals. The Black family's magical portrait gallery represents one of the most remarkable achievements in portrait magic ever created. Unlike simple magical portraits that could only repeat behaviours and conversations from their subjects' lifetimes, the Black portraits were enchanted with the ability to learn, grow, and develop new insights based on their observations of subsequent generations. These portraits served as magical advisors and repositories of family wisdom, providing guidance to living family members based on centuries of accumulated experience. The most sophisticated Black portraits could engage in complex magical research, analysing problems and suggesting solutions that drew on the combined knowledge of all previous family generations. The Malfoy family's rise to prominence came through their mastery of political magic, the subtle arts of influence, persuasion, and alliance building that allowed them to accumulate power and wealth across centuries of political change. Unlike families that focused on raw magical ability or academic achievement, the Malfoys understood that magical society was ultimately governed by relationships and influence rather than mere magical skill. The Malfoy approach to magic emphasized elegance, efficiency, and the appearance of effortless superiority. Their magical innovations focused on making complex magic appear simple, allowing them to demonstrate their abilities without revealing the true extent of their knowledge or capabilities. This philosophy of concealed strength served them well during periods of political upheaval, when families that displayed their power too openly often found themselves targeted by rivals or political enemies. The Malfoy family's political intelligence networks were legendary throughout magical Europe. Through carefully cultivated relationships with influential magical families, government officials, and even sympathetic members of rival houses, the Malfoys maintained awareness of political developments and magical innovations throughout the wizarding world. The Longbottom family represented a different approach to magical power, focusing on the deep magic of growing things and the patient cultivation of magical strength over long periods. Rather than seeking immediate power or dramatic magical achievements, the Longbottoms understood that the most profound magical abilities develop slowly and require deep connection to the natural world and its cycles. Longbottom family magic specialised in agricultural enchantments that could coax extraordinary productivity from even the most challenging soil conditions. Their techniques for soil restoration, pest management, and crop protection were so effective that Longbottom managed magical farms could produce yields that seemed impossible to other agricultural practitioners. The family's approach to magical education emphasised practical experience and patient development of innate abilities. Young Longbottoms learned magic by working alongside older family members in their gardens and greenhouses, developing their abilities through direct contact with growing plants rather than through formal study of magical theory. This hands-on approach to magical learning produced magical practitioners whose abilities were deeply rooted in intuitive understanding of how magic worked in the natural world. Longbottom family members often displayed remarkable resilience and strength when their magical abilities were finally put to the test, as their magic was drawn from sources deeper and more fundamental than academic magical training could provide. Chapter 9: The International Magical Community. As magical communities throughout Europe established their own institutions and developed their unique approaches to magical practice, the need for international cooperation and coordination became increasingly apparent. The medieval period saw the first attempts to create formal relationships between different national magical communities, laying the groundwork for the international magical cooperation that exists today. The Magical Confederacy of Northern Europe, established in the 14th century, represented the first successful attempt to create lasting cooperation between different national magical communities. The Confederacy emerged from practical necessities. Magical creatures did not respect national boundaries. Dangerous magical phenomena could affect multiple countries simultaneously, and magical research was most effective when practitioners from different traditions could share their discoveries and insights. The founding of the Confederacy required the development of magical communication systems that could overcome the linguistic and cultural barriers that had previously limited international magical cooperation. The solution developed during this period involved the creation of translation enchantments that could convey not just literal meanings, but the cultural context and magical significance of concepts that might not exist in other magical traditions. The Confederacy's communication network was based on a system of enchanted crystals that maintained permanent magical connections with corresponding crystals in each member nation's magical capital. These crystals could carry not just written messages, but complex magical information, including spell formulations, magical creature behavioural observations, and detailed reports about magical phenomena that required international attention. The establishment of international magical protocols during this period created frameworks for addressing problems that crossed national boundaries. Dragon migration patterns, for instance, required coordination between multiple nations to ensure that migrating dragons had access to suitable territories throughout their range, while minimising conflicts with local magical communities. The International Dragon Migration Accords, negotiated over a period of decades, established seasonal migration corridors that dragons could use without encountering magical barriers or territorial conflicts. The maintenance of these corridors required ongoing cooperation between national dragon reserves and regular renegotiation of agreements as dragon populations and migration patterns changed over time. The magical creature exchange programs developed during this period allowed young magical practitioners to study creature management techniques in different countries, exposing them to approaches and methodologies that might never have developed within their own national traditions. These exchange programs produced a generation of magical creature specialists whose expertise drew from the best practices developed throughout Europe. The development of international magical law during this period addressed the complex legal questions that arose when magical practitioners travelled between countries or when magical incidents affected multiple national jurisdictions. The legal framework that emerged from these negotiations balanced respect for different national magical traditions with the need for consistent approaches to problems that transcended national boundaries. The International Statute of Secrecy, established centuries later, built upon the diplomatic and legal frameworks developed during the medieval period. The medieval precedents for international magical cooperation provided the foundation for the complex negotiations required to create a unified approach to magical mundane relations that could be implemented across dozens of different national magical communities. Chapter 10. The Hidden Magical Sites of Britain. Throughout the British Isles, hidden from Muggle eyes by centuries of protective enchantments, lie magical sites whose power and significance rival even Hogwarts itself. These locations, each with their own unique history and magical properties, formed the network of sacred places that sustained British magical culture through periods of persecution, political upheaval, and social change. The Isle of Avalon, known to Muggles as Glastonbury, represents perhaps the most powerful magical site in all of Britain. The island's position at the convergence of several major ley lines creates magical conditions that have made it a gathering place for magical practitioners since the earliest days of Celtic magic. The famous Glastonbury tour is actually a carefully shaped magical focus that channels and amplifies the ley line energy for miles around. The magical properties of Avalon extend far beyond simple ley line convergence. The island exists in a state of partial separation from normal space and time, creating conditions where certain types of magic that would be impossible elsewhere can be performed safely and effectively. The healing springs of Avalon, for instance, possess regenerative properties that stem not just from their mineral content, but from their connection to deeper magical sources. The magical community that established itself on Avalon during the medieval period created institutions that served magical practitioners throughout Britain. The Avalon Academy of Healing Arts became the training centre for magical healers whose skills were legendary throughout Europe. Students came from across the continent to study healing techniques that could only be learned in Avalon's unique magical environment. The Academy's teaching methods combined theoretical study with practical experience that drew upon Avalon's natural healing magic. Students learned not just how to cast healing spells, but how to work in partnership with the island's natural restorative forces to achieve healing results that exceeded what any individual practitioner could accomplish alone. Avalon's library of healing magic contained preserved knowledge from healing traditions throughout the magical world. Ancient Celtic healing songs were preserved alongside Greek magical medical texts, Arabic magical surgical procedures, and Norse regenerative magic, creating the most comprehensive collection of healing magic knowledge ever assembled. The Orkney Islands, far to the north of mainland Scotland, harbour magical secrets that predate even the Celtic Druids. The stone circles and ancient monuments scattered throughout these islands were not built by Muggles, but by magical practitioners whose understanding of astronomical magic surpassed anything achieved in later centuries. The Ring of Brodgar, the most famous of Orkney's stone circles, was designed as a massive astronomical instrument capable of tracking celestial movements and predicting rare astronomical events with extraordinary precision. The stones themselves were positioned using magical surveying techniques that took into account not just visible astronomical phenomena, but the subtle magical influences that celestial bodies exerted on earthly magic. During certain astronomical alignments, the Ring of Brodgar becomes a gateway that allows communication with magical practitioners in distant lands. Medieval magical historians used these communication windows to maintain contact with magical communities throughout Northern Europe, creating a network of scholarly exchange that preserved magical knowledge during periods when travel was dangerous or impossible. The magical research conducted at Orkney during the medieval period produced some of the most important advances in astronomical magic ever achieved. Orkney astronomers developed techniques for predicting not just celestial movements, but the magical effects that those movements would have on earthly magic users. Their calendar systems allowed magical practitioners to plan important magical workings years in advance, timing them to coincide with optimal astronomical conditions. The Forest of Dean in Gloucestershire conceals one of Britain's most important magical creature sanctuaries. Unlike the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts, which is home to a diverse collection of magical creatures, the Dean specialises in providing habitat for magical creatures whose needs cannot be met in more populated magical areas. The Dean's most important residents are the unicorn herds that retreat there during the winter months, when their normal territories become too exposed to Muggle observation. The forest's ancient magical protections create an environment where unicorns can exist in their natural state, free from the corruption that contact with dark magic or impure intentions might bring. The magical protections surrounding the Forest of Dean were established through collaboration between local magical families and the unicorn herds themselves. The enchantments that guard the forest are powered not just by human magic, but by the pure magical energy that unicorns naturally radiate. This combination creates protective barriers that are virtually impenetrable to anyone with harmful intentions. The forest also serves as a refuge for phoenixes during certain phases of their regeneration cycles. Phoenixes require specific magical conditions for their burning and rebirth processes, and the Dean provides one of the few environments in Britain where these conditions occur naturally. The presence of phoenixes during their regeneration periods fills the entire forest with magical energy that promotes healing and renewal. Chapter 11. the rise of dark magic. No exploration of magical history would be complete without acknowledging the dark currents that have flowed alongside the development of beneficial magic throughout the centuries. The rise of dark magic as an organised force represents one of the greatest challenges that magical society has ever faced, requiring responses that tested the strength and wisdom of the magical community's finest defenders. The earliest practitioners of dark magic were not motivated by inherent evil, but by desperation, grief, or the understandable desire to push beyond the limitations that death and suffering imposed on human experience. The tragedy of dark magic lies not in the malicious intent of its practitioners, but in the way that power pursued without wisdom inevitably corrupts those who seek it. The first dark wizard to achieve legendary status was Herpo the Foul, a Greek practitioner whose experiments with the boundaries between life and death led him to discoveries that would influence dark magic for millennia. Herpo's creation of the first Horcrux represented a fundamental breakthrough in dark magic theory, demonstrating that death could be avoided through the deliberate fragmentation of the soul. Herpo's magical research was conducted in hidden laboratories beneath the ancient city of Athens, in chambers carved from living rock using magic that predated the classical period. His experiments required materials and techniques that pushed the boundaries of what ethical magical practitioners considered acceptable, including the use of unwilling magical creatures and human subjects in ways that would be considered horrific by later magical societies. The creation of Herpo's first Horcrux required magical techniques so complex and dangerous that even today, magical theorists debate whether his documented methods could actually produce the effects he claimed. The process involved not just the murder required to split the soul, but elaborate ritual magic designed to capture and preserve the soul fragment in ways that would allow it to anchor the wizard's consciousness to the physical world. The long-term effects of Horcrux creation on Herpo himself demonstrate the fundamental problem with all dark magic. The pursuit of power without regard for consequences inevitably destroys the humanity of those who practice it. Contemporary accounts describe Herpo's gradual transformation from a brilliant but misguided researcher into a being whose appearance and behaviour became increasingly inhuman as his soul fragmentation progressed. The influence of Herpo's discoveries extended far beyond his own lifetime. His documented techniques for soul manipulation influenced generations of dark wizards who sought to achieve immortality through similar means. The knowledge of Horcrux creation, despite being closely guarded by those who possessed it, spread through the dark magic underground, creating a tradition of soul splitting that would periodically emerge to threaten magical society. The medieval period saw the emergence of organised dark magic cults that sought to systematically develop and refine dark magical techniques. These organisations differed from individual dark wizards in their collaborative approach to dark research and their efforts to create sustainable institutions that could preserve and transmit dark magical knowledge across generations. The Brotherhood of the Serpent, established in the 13th century, represented one of the most successful attempts to organise dark magical practitioners into an effective force for advancing dark magical research. The Brotherhood operated from hidden fortresses throughout Europe, conducting experiments and developing techniques that individual practitioners could never have achieved alone. The Brotherhood's organisational structure was designed to provide security for its members while facilitating the sharing of dangerous knowledge that might otherwise be lost when individual practitioners were captured or killed by magical authorities. The organisation maintained detailed records of dark magical experiments, creating an archive of dark knowledge that survived multiple attempts by magical governments to destroy it. The Brotherhood's magical research produced innovations in several areas of dark magic that had significant influence on later practitioners. Their work on control magic led to the development of the Imperious Curse and related techniques for magical compulsion. Their studies of destructive magic contributed to the development of the Killing Curse and other techniques designed to cause maximum harm with minimal magical effort. The rise of Grindelwald during the 20th century represented the culmination of centuries of dark magical development, combining the individual power-seeking that had motivated earlier dark wizards with the organisational techniques developed by dark magic cults. Grindelwald's movement demonstrated how dark magic could be used not just for personal advancement, but as a tool for reshaping magical society according to the will of those who possessed superior magical power. Grindelwald's possession of the Elder Wand provided him with magical capabilities that exceeded anything achieved by previous dark wizards, but his true innovation lay in his ability to attract followers who believed in his vision of magical supremacy over the non-magical world. His movement combined dark magical techniques with political organisation and propaganda in ways that made it far more dangerous than previous dark magic threats. The defeat of Grindelwald by Dumbledore marked a turning point in the magical world's approach to dark magic. Rather than simply opposing dark magic through superior force, Dumbledore's victory demonstrated the effectiveness of magic powered by love, sacrifice, and wisdom in overcoming power pursued for its own sake. Chapter 12: The Wisdom of Ancient Magic. It's important to understand that the greatest magical achievements have always come not from the pursuit of power, but from the cultivation of wisdom and the understanding that magic serves its highest purpose when it protects, heals, and brings harmony to the world. The ancient magical practitioners, whose stories we have explored tonight, understood something that modern magical society sometimes forgets: that magic is not separate from the wizard who wields it, but is an expression of their deepest nature, their values, and their connection to the fundamental forces that govern existence itself. The protective enchantments that still guard Hogwarts today draw their power not from complex spells or rare magical materials, but from the love, wisdom, and sacrifice of those who created them. The castle's defences are powered by the same force that allowed Lily Potter to protect her infant son, the magic that comes from choosing to put the welfare of others above one's own safety and comfort. This understanding of magic as fundamentally connected to the character and intentions of its practitioners informed all of the greatest magical achievements we have explored tonight. The Sorting Hat's wisdom comes not from elaborate enchantments, but from its foundation in the founders' deep understanding of human nature and their commitment to nurturing the best in every student who entered their school. The healing magic developed at Avalon achieved legendary effectiveness not through superior techniques alone, but through the healer's understanding that true healing required not just mending physical injuries, but addressing the spiritual and emotional wounds that often underlay physical suffering. The international magical cooperation that developed during the medieval period succeeded not because different magical communities shared identical beliefs or practices, but because they recognized their common commitment to using magic in service of the greater good. Even the tragic stories of dark wizards and their ultimate defeat contain important wisdom about the nature of magic and its relationship to human choice. The consistent pattern throughout magical history shows that power pursued without wisdom ultimately destroys those who seek it, while magic used in service of love, protection, and healing grows stronger over time and creates lasting positive change in the world. The legacy of ancient magic lives on today in every witch and wizard who chooses to use their abilities in service of others rather than for personal advancement. The protective charms that shield magical families, the healing magic that mends both physical and emotional wounds, the communication spells that maintain connections between loved ones separated by distance. All of these everyday uses of magic carry forward the wisdom and values of the ancient practitioners whose stories we have shared tonight. Chapter 13: The Endless Circle of Magical Learning. As our peaceful journey through magical history draws to its close, we arrive at perhaps the most important understanding of all, that magical learning never truly ends, but continues in an endless circle that connects each generation of magical practitioners to all who came before and all who will follow. The ancient magical sites we have visited tonight continue to serve their original purposes, providing places of power and sanctuary for those who seek to deepen their understanding of magic's mysteries. The ley lines that crisscross the British countryside still carry the same magical energies that our ancestors learned to perceive and channel, waiting for each new generation to discover their secrets anew. The magical creatures that shared their wisdom with early magical communities continue to offer their guidance to those who approach them with respect and genuine desire to learn. The centaur herds still read the stars and share their astronomical wisdom with worthy students. The unicorn herds still provide their healing presence to those pure enough in heart to approach them safely. The great magical families whose stories we have traced continue to add new chapters to their legacies, contributing new magical discoveries and innovations that build upon centuries of accumulated knowledge, while addressing the challenges and opportunities of their own time. The international magical community that began with medieval cooperation between neighbouring magical territories has grown into a worldwide network of magical practitioners who share knowledge, coordinate responses to magical threats, and work together to preserve the magical world's security and prosperity. Most importantly, the wisdom of ancient magic lives on in every young witch and wizard who receives their Hogwarts letter, beginning their own journey into the magical world with the same wonder and excitement that has motivated magical learning for over 1,000 years. The sorting hat that places each new student continues to draw upon the wisdom of the founders, ensuring that every student finds their place in the magical community and receives the guidance they need to develop their unique magical gifts. The teachers who pass on magical knowledge to each new generation carry forward not just spells and techniques, but the deeper understanding of magic's true nature that has been developed and refined by centuries of magical practitioners. The protective enchantments that keep magical schools, communities, and families safe continue to be powered by the same love and sacrifice that created them, renewed and strengthened by each generation's commitment to preserving the magical world for those who will follow. And so, dear dreamers, as we reach the gentle conclusion of our journey through the ancient mysteries of the wizarding world, let yourself sink deeper into that warm, comfortable place where sleep comes naturally. Feel the weight of centuries of magical wisdom settling around you like the softest blanket, carrying you into dreams filled with wonder and possibility. The magical world we have explored tonight, with its ancient institutions, legendary artifacts, remarkable creatures, and the endless cycle of learning that connects past, present, and future, lives on in every gentle breath you take as you drift toward peaceful sleep. The stories of courage, wisdom, love, and in the triumph of good over darkness become part of your own dreams, filling your rest with the same magic that has protected and inspired magical communities for over 1,000 years. Let the gentle crackling of the common room fire carry you deeper into rest, knowing that the magical world will be waiting for you whenever you choose to return. The ancient mysteries will keep their secrets safely until you're ready to explore them again, and the wisdom of ages will continue to flow through the hidden currents of magic that connect all magical places and all magical hearts. Sleep well, dear dreamers, and may your dreams be filled with magic, wonder, and the peaceful contentment that comes from knowing you are part of something greater than yourself, the endless, eternal story of magic in our world.